see if this works. And everything, get all that going. Hello everybody. Turn on our storm chaser mode. Here we go. Should be able to see these storms now in southern Kansas. Let's see how this looks in real time though. Okay, I just got the notification. We are live. Hello, Green Cube. Well, I don't think there's going to be a tornado today. I think the best chance for that's going to be tomorrow. Today, to me, looks like pretty storms, maybe some hail and lightning. It should be a really great lightning day. My real time is not updating quite yet. Not in Arkansas right now. Why is the location not working? It's saying I'm in, oh, there we go. Okay. I was gonna say, it was saying I was in Arkansas, but nope. We're in Kansas right now. Welcome in, Cherokee George from East Central Nebraska. That's probably where I'm going to be tomorrow, somewhere in eastern Nebraska, western Iowa. Mostly a big hail threat, but there is a chance for a tornado out there. Welcome in, Breadcast. Got a big storm here on the right side of the screen. I got to wash off the windshield. We'll get to that in a minute. But I got some big setup upgrades. So we have satellite internet now, so the stream connection should be significantly more stable. And the signal booster's back also, so we've kind of got, you know, if the satellite doesn't work under the storm, then normal cell data should be a bit better. So but yeah, that's pretty much what it is. But when I was chasing last time with Ryan, my signal booster, the antenna actually broke and the wire like split, so I had to get a replacement antenna. I ended up getting a bigger antenna, but can you guys hear me okay? I've got a case on the phone this time, just in case like I drop it or something. But last time I tried to do that, everybody said they couldn't hear me, so that is our storm we're looking at right now. A left split, but we're getting in position for a right mover here around sunset. Should be a pretty storm. Probably no tornado threat. It's just not possible today. This pattern coming up is not the greatest for tornadoes. They're still possible, but probably not today. Just there's a stable layer at the surface today. Big time left split going up here. I think 3 Cape is there, and there is some low-level instability, so maybe a land spout, but I think the storms are going to be moving too fast today for any chance at a land spout. I do not like this mount very much because the way that it tilts is just very frustrating. But that's our storm. So yeah, it just tilts the phone really weird, which makes it tough to use. There we go, that's better. Yeah, I gotta look into getting another mount again. I've tried a couple. I don't like this one too much just because of the way that this turns. I wonder if I can lock it or something. We'll have to look at that later, but if I turn my focus to okay, there we go. But we got this big left mover coming through. It's really high based. See, those storms are way up off the ground, not close to the ground at all, and that's part of the reason why tornadoes just aren't a possibility today. Just too dry. But I think we'll go south here, and I think they said the bridge was out, so I'll have to find a way around. Apple Maps does not seem to be picking up on the fact that the bridge is out here, so. Is Google Maps? I don't think Google Maps is either, so we might have to get down here and find a way around, because Ryan told me that the road is closed 18 miles ahead, so. So it's got to be way down there, down by Protection, I guess. Once we stop, I'll get out and clean the windshield. Finally got a daytime plane storm for the first time in a million years. At least that's what it feels like, so. Can't remember though. I guess we had that Oklahoma stuff, but that stuff just didn't pan out. Like, off the mount real quick. Okay, so that is our storm right there. Well, that's a storm. I don't know if that's going to be our storm. It's a left mover, but it's the only storm that's really doing too well right now. We are in Buckland, Kansas. Really hot day out here. I think when I was coming through, I came from the north, and just west of Dodge City, I think it hit 89 degrees earlier, so really toasty day for April. But it's contributing to why these storms are so high up off the ground. On this straight, I'll put you guys back into your little spot here. There is another storm tucked back in there somewhere, but on radar it looks like it's kind of weakened. This left mover is really the dominant storm for whatever reason right now. And I'm just going to position like this thing's going to die, because, you know, it's going to be moving north out of the instability. And it's fired a little early, so I don't think it's going to be the storm of the day. One thing I want to get for this phone is a polarizing filter to reduce the reflections. Great, we're in our little straight here, so we'll put you guys back into the mount here. Oh, I've also got something to show for radar. We switched our radar system, now using WeatherWise, and I wrote some code at home that gives me some extra tools to be able to use, and show those off right now. So I'm going to refresh this. I can switch us to, once it works, I can switch us to satellite. So let me check to see if it's working. I actually haven't even tested it live just yet. Is it on velocity mode right now? That's funny. Alright, we'll switch it off from velocity a bit. Yeah, see, so I can remotely switch the radar to be different things, and we can go back to radar, you know, and it'll go wherever I really want it to be. It's really, really helpful. So I can also zoom out. So it's just some pretty nice code that, you know, makes my life a lot easier. There's a lot more I can show. So, but yeah, I think it is on velocity right now. So go back to reflectivity here. Yeah, it's on velocity, but we're gonna go ahead and get everything set up for the stream. I've got a bunch of great stuff planned. I'm working on launching memberships. I actually just launched them, but we're going to start doing benefits for the channel memberships tomorrow. I'll be doing a morning forecast, either once I get to my target or, you know, before I head out. I think that was Ryan. Yeah, he's going to be trying to get on that left split. Is there any other storm that could do it for us? We've got some towers off to the west. So I think we'll probably just hold here for a bit. That Ashland storm was the one that I was really watching, but it's definitely dead. So we are going to pause here and clean off the windshield because we just hit another bug. So yeah, I love Kansas. I'll be right back. I'm going to clean off the windshield. What a beautiful day. Where is my spray? I got my waters. Where's the spray at? Did I lose my spray? I guess I could use water, but that's spray for a reason. There we go, I found it. safe spot so I don't lose it. Storm's fired a little earlier than expected. Or at least than I expected. Man, this tilting system is driving me insane. But there's a left split, left moving supercell. It's rotating backwards. It's right over the Greensburg area right now. We are almost 15 miles away, but we can see completely underneath it. Yep, I saw Ryan. I think our storm's gonna come from the west, honestly. It might be this, but I think instability might just be way behind. I mean, I guess we could try and keep up with it and then come back west. It's always easier to come back west than it is to fly east, so I guess that's what we'll do. It is pretty rare for a left mover to be the main target, but I guess on a day like today, where tornadoes really aren't expected, I guess it could be, but there's just not much instability north, so I'm thinking that thing will, as that thing moves off to the east, it'll just start to weaken pretty fast. Dude, this mountain. Oh my goodness. Alright, that might be as even as we get it for now. That's fine. Definitely going to be looking for another mount for the chase tomorrow. So we'll be heading up into Nebraska tonight. We're in southwest Kansas, so it's not too bad of a drive. So, yeah, we'll zoom out a little bit so we can see the full picture of everything going on. I've got this awesome system where I can zoom in and out of the radar from my car. I wrote this code in like 2 hours last week when everything was off, so I'm going to repackage it and I'm going to probably send it to Ryan after this stretch once I've tested it. It's got password protection so nobody else can modify your stream, but some cool tech I've been working on to make streaming storm chasing easier. But like again, I can switch this all the way back to satellite, or I can do this. Hold on, I can do this. This is pretty cool. I like doing this. No guarantee that this one works, but we'll zoom in just a tad. Yeah, I'm testing this on the fly right now, so pardon if I say I'm doing something and nothing happens. There we go. So I can turn on and off the radar loop whenever I want. Can zoom in, zoom out, switch this to satellite, switch to velocity whenever there's a tornado. You know, just a lot of freedom with this thing. The only thing I can't do with it right now is panning around, you know, moving the camera to be centered on different locations. I'm still working on a good system for that, but Some pretty exciting stuff that's in the works. We've got a big base starting to develop back to our west here. A couple of them, actually. So we'll pause the radar for now, just to give you guys an idea of what these storms, how these storms have been evolving. System is really, really sick. So we're gonna head towards Greensburg. Very famous town in tornado history. We've got a really good museum there, the Big Well Museum. It's got like the town history, tornado history, you know, it's a really, really cool museum. Been there one time, I went there in 2022 or 2023, but and I plan to go back, I just haven't had time. Last time my chases were in the Greensburg area. The storms had already formed by the time I got to Greensburg. Yeah, one of those storms to our south is really starting to pop up on radar here. Slow it down here, and it tells me to take a right here. But this connection should be a million times more stable. We got satellite Wi-Fi. I'm so excited. The signal booster is functional again too, so you know we might have a couple spots where we drop out, but the connection should be a million times more stable than what it was. You know, just a better user experience. Eventually, I'd like to write my own radar app where I can freely, completely control it from my phone with my own just radar reader and everything, so it's a little bit more cost effective, but that'll probably be a fall project. So we're in, what town is this? Starts with a B, Buckland, Kansas. We've got a couple storms trying to go up to our west, but we've got this established storm to our east. So it's kind of a classic dilemma, but I think we'll just slide east, watch this beautiful left mover. I really do think it's going to be those things west, but I don't really want to. I think these are going to be a lot prettier if you're not underneath them. The only reason you'd want to go underneath these is to get some close-up lightning shots. Alright. There's that left mover again. Supercell that's rotating clockwise. In the northern hemisphere, they normally rotate counterclockwise, so bit of a unique configuration there. Definitely does not look as sharp in the low levels as it did. Definitely moving out of the instability. Hey Grifter, welcome back. Good to see you. Welcome in, demonic alien cat princess from the United Kingdom. Man, I really need to get out to Europe. I really need to get out there. A lot of cool places out there. And no problem, Bill. I saw it, but I was like, no big deal. No big deal. Zoom her in a little bit and we'll fix the exposure on this because it's a little bright, but that's a storm right now. Definitely not the strongest thing ever, but really pretty. That's what I love about Kansas is you get these really tall, crisp updrafts with clean views, and there's no trees, so it's just perfect for chasing. I wish I could pan with this thing, but we'll just zoom out because it has the same effect. But pretty powerful tower. It's just the low levels are looking a little bit rougher. Such a long time since I've had a storm like this in Kansas. I think my last Kansas chase was, it would have been like August in northwest Kansas. Yeah, I think it was. It was like a supercell that formed in northern Colorado. It moved like by the Ray area, then it moved down towards like Goodland. I think that was my last one. Zoom in a little bit more. Go 1.3. Why not? Why not? Whoopsies. Alright, there we go. So, today's stream we're going to be watching some pretty storms. Hopefully get on, see some really pretty lightning later. Maybe get a structured supercell. Not completely sold on that, but it is possible. Watch issuance is not likely out here. They do have a mesoscale discussion saying that. But it looks like, to me, the most exciting chase is probably going to be tomorrow. Low-end tornado threat, but giant hail is going to be on the table tomorrow, as well as very photogenic storms. So I was antsy to get out today, test the equipment, see some beautiful Kansas storms. So, for the main event. Normally I've seen like a great storm or a great tornado by now, but I really haven't this year. Definitely been a slower start for me. Last year I had my first tornado in February. Like I had my first beautiful tornado in February. The Sagerton, Texas tornadoes, and then the year before, 2023, I had a very pretty supercell in late March in Nebraska. And another good one in early April in Texas. 2022, I saw, I guess 2022 was a bit later for me. I did not chase 2022 very well at the start. Yeah, look at that big updraft column on that. I'm really excited about these upgrades. Ryan talked me into getting some satellite Wi-Fi, so that's what I did. We'll switch over to satellite to show you guys what's happening here. You can see those white clouds off to our east. That's that storm we're looking at right now. And then there are some towers trying to go back up to our west. We will stay ahead of them and try and see if we can get a great view of these. But it's in our best interest to go east anyway. Yeah, the storm's starting to rain. Relatively bad spot for the updrafts, so. So you can see by that orange dot there. We'll play the satellite because it seems like it's a little bit behind. Actually, you can't play satellite on weatherwise. What am I talking about? Potentially. It's like, what is happening here? Because I saw some dust crossing the road. Oh, just a tractor. We got some pretty strong southerly winds today that are going to be pumping that instability north into Nebraska tomorrow, and even some of the stuff for today. Go back to radar here. we were. I think we made the best call by coming east and watching this stuff. Storms are so high off the ground. They're like, I want to say 3,000 meters off the ground, which is insanely high. For tornadoes, I'm usually looking for anything below 1,500 meters. So these are almost 2 times above the storms that are best at producing tornadoes. It's really high up in the air. You can see underneath it all the way through, even though we're so far away from it. I'm ready for plane season. I'm so ready. It's going to be a great year, I feel like, for me personally. So, I'm going to try and become an even better forecaster this year. See just as many tornadoes. I'm only at 4 tornadoes this year. I'm at 5 because there were 3 tornadoes that I saw on the night of the 14th, 2 in Poplar Bluff and 1 in Kennett, Missouri, on March 14th, I should say. And then I had 2 weak land spouts in the Denver area, or not the Denver area, in the northern Colorado area near Greeley. One of them did connect to the cloud base, so, and the other one had a funnel, so I think they were just glorified dust devils that ended up reaching the cloud base, but it's still a tornado technically, so. You can start to see that the big tower off to that is on the right side, and all the rain and the other updraft is way off to the left, so I'm wondering if we're getting a right mover that's just kind of formed and could be the main show. This storm is moving pretty quickly though. When I get home, I'm going to add a way to show storm tracks, show a bunch of information. So, because WeatherWise doesn't have some of these things built in just yet, so and I'm not sure that they're going to, but they would be cool features. But I should probably add a way to switch to the Outlook too when I get back. Just a nice handy feature. Just stuff like that. Just working on stuff that's really easy. One thing that I would really love to do is add like a way to draw, but I have no idea how I would like transfer that information. Because being able to draw on the radar would be so useful. I'm just trying to make the stream as understandable and as accessible as possible. I know I can talk a little bit in depth sometimes, so it's always helpful to have tools for me to explain. Welcome in, Jennifer from Minnesota. Saw a couple storms out the front door that looked like they were about to turn tornadic earlier. Yeah, I mean it's spring. Spring in the northern hemisphere, basically. So, Nightmare Bond says there's no severe storms. Yes, that is true. No severe thunderstorms at the moment, but expecting things to intensify as we head into the evening. Yes, I can zoom into the radar just a tad. The zoom does not have a ton of precision on it, so we still have to work on that. Stuff off to the west that's looking pretty consolidated. That might end up being the main show. This thing off to the east may have just formed a little too early. It did have a big updraft pulse though, so who knows. It seems like the left moving component though is starting to weaken. But we're about to head through Greensburg, Kansas. Tonight tonight I'm gonna finish setting up the drone for the stream, so you guys will have a live view whenever I use the drone. I don't use it. The main use cases for the drone, in my opinion, are high plains, slow moving storms, and Dixie Alley. Dixie Alley chasing in general, where you're just in the trees. About that stuff south of Buckland, Kansas, but this is definitely the strongest storm east of Greensburg, Kansas, so we're going to stay on that. Greensburg foreshadowing. I don't think there's any real shot of tornadoes today. Storms are just too high up off the ground. I think tomorrow's probably the best chance for this upcoming stretch. And then there's I think there's a couple down days early in the next week. And the 23rd looks pretty good. Well, last I looked, which was last night, but it's funny, early, April, everyone's checking the super long range models because they're trying to, get in range. And then by the end of May, you're looking 2 days out, maybe 3 days out. There's so much happening. Yeah, so it's been my slowest start to a storm chase season tornado-wise, and just number of chases since 2022. By this point in 2022, I think I had one tornado. I only saw 12 tornadoes in 2022. And this year kind of gives me 2022 vibes, honestly, for the plains. It's looking a little bit better, but I just don't have a ton of hope of definitely not what we had the previous couple years. What is that? Most deceiving hail shaft, rain shaft thing ever. That right there. Sometimes you can get shear funnels off the back side of these things as they die. But I don't know, to me that looks like a real... No, it's just a hail shaft. It's trolling me. It's taunting me. It's there's not even going to be a tornado today. Why are you... What are you looking at? These things are moving pretty quick today. They're moving, at least 30. It's not horrible. It's not great, though, for chasing. Yeah, moving northeast at 35, so not too bad. Definitely chaseable in the plains, but... I'm ready for those 10-mile-per-hour storms, or even you can get some stationary events where you can just sit there and watch it for 20 years. There's a really high-based shelf cloud up there. You can kind of see we're on the back edge of it. It's kind of it's the edge of the updraft. It's definitely a weak little supercell, but you can see how it kind of curls around the rain. We are going to drive right underneath that. unless something really picks up to the west, which still kind of struggling a little bit, but still early. I mean, I wasn't even expecting storms to fire at all until 6. That's why I set the stream live to start at 6, but we ended up firing a storm at like 5 o'clock, so. Not a ton of lightning on this. There just might not be enough updraft to produce a ton. Maybe a couple bolts in there tucked in the rain. Nice little faint rainbow on the right side. Alright, let's catch up to this thing. We're kind of maintaining our distance from it. It's moving though. 15 miles away from it. Ryan's spotter dot is like right next to us. 548, so he's a little bit in front of us. I keep getting confused because my card time doesn't automatically switch, so it's still on mountain time, so it's like 4:49 p.m., which is not accurate. Streaks coming down. I was gonna try and order something before I left for a polarizing filter to reduce glare and really bring out like cloud depth, but it wasn't gonna get here for like 2 weeks, so I was like, okay, well, I'll just see if I can find it somewhere in person or wait a little bit. Guy is trying to run away from us. It's about to follow this Kansas highway up here, Kansas Highway 61. Once it hits Pratt, it's pretty much gonna go straight there. There is a storm trying to go up south of Buckland, Kansas still. Keep gaining ground on this though, because it's the strongest storm. It's got some really pretty hail streaks, and we could get a really nice rainbow if we get out ahead from these other storms forming back west. Very pretty though. I'm pretty sure this thing is just racing away from all of its energy, so I mean, it's not too far at least, but yeah, it's still in an okay area for a while. About 2 hours from now. 2 hours from now is when we're supposed to peak. I think the Storm Prediction Center put out a mesoscale discussion saying that an isolated supercell was possible. We've already got one. This little anticyclonic supercell. It's spinning clockwise, but maybe something forms further back west. That storm south of Buckland is starting to take on a pretty interesting shape. We're really going to have to keep an eye on that. According to Echo Tops, it's doing okay. Not as good as the storm near Pratt, Kansas. Still pretty far behind though. Yeah, for every 2 miles we go, this storm goes like 1.2-ish, 1.3, so it's tough to keep pace with it. south of Buckland, Kansas is going to be the one. It's going to be racing towards us, though, so we can pretty easily turn back around and get on that. I think we'd want to be on a right mover just because the instability is going to hit that storm quicker than this one. Tail shaft, whatever that is. Just really waving through the sky. It's gorgeous. Oh, might as well stay in this lane. Might as well stay in this lane. Special weather statement has been issued for this storm. I think I have special weather statements off on my overlay for streaming. I don't remember. Got a special weather statement out for this storm. As instability continues to increase, it could strengthen even more and become severe warned. You can see the wind pushing that hail shaft to the north, just kind of bending it. Side, I mean, it's going to be pretty. It's going to look really weird compared to most supercells I've chased because the anvil's just not over the thing yet. So it's like completely, that shelf cloud is like clear air almost. Buckland storm's looking a little weaker this scan, but this still looks pretty strong. The one that is heading towards Pratt, Kansas right now. Gonna probably punch this hail core. I want to see what's in there. Oh, there's Ryan. He's 2 cars in front of us. Yeah, this might end up just being the main storm for today. Just what you think of an elevated left mover. It's like a little chunk of it, a full rainbow. south of Buckman is definitely weakening. I think all of these are. I really want to see what this looks like on the other side, so hopefully we can get there before it dies. It's heading up towards the Hutchinson, Kansas area. A couple miles back, about 6 miles back from the rain. Switch you guys over to satellite so you can see those storms trying to develop back to the west, but they look a little rough. Not sure how quickly the satellite change happens. I think it happens before I start talking about it because I think it's faster. It just doesn't take as long to compute. Maybe it's the same, but yeah, you can see those towers trying to go up to the west. A couple orphan anvils out there, but not too sure we're gonna get anything off that. The last couple attempts have been pretty weak. Still a lot of time left though. The storms are supposed to initiate for another 2 hours, so. This thing's gonna die too. The hail shafts are starting to weaken. The clouds are getting a little bit softer, a little bit more ragged looking. I'm hoping we can just get a pretty storm at sunset. I really want to get some sunset lightning. Cloud feature on the left side there. It's drawing air in up there. Yeah, I can see it rising pretty quickly relatively to the rest of the storm. It seems like that's the mesocyclone trying its best to stay alive right there. Trying to draw as much air in as it can, but it's just not happening. Look how tiny that updraft is. And the rainbow has fully appeared on the right side. At this angle sometimes is very frustrating. There we go. You can see the rainbow over there. Not the strongest, but very pretty. See, our updraft here is getting ragged looking on the left. I'm not seeing too many other attempts at initiation. We'll go back to radar. Yeah, definitely starting to lose its look on radar as well. Just moving into a more stable air mass. rain that this storm's producing. In terms of just wind. Starting to see some streaks now falling through the base. That is not a good sign for this storm. Maybe it's behind, but it looks like they're falling from where the storm's supposed to be pulling air up. Now rain's falling through that. Maybe we can get something west. Maybe. Oh, special weather statements are on. That's good. I was hoping that I left those on. I thought I turned them off. Yep, storm continues to weaken on radar. I keep forgetting to change my Twitch stream name. So, because I stream to multiple platforms, so there are no tornadoes today. Wow, that dude really got my windshield dirty. I think we'll pause up here and probably say hi to Ryan. Left side of the rainbow is like, can you guys see it? I think you can see it better than me, kind of coming off the tail end of the storm. And then the right side is, look at that. If only it was a little stronger, but I think we'll pause probably a mile here and try and get a shot. I think Ryan's stopping here. I want to go down a little further. There's all these power lines in the way. Like Ryan's setup. He's got a lot of cool stuff. See all these wet roads from where the storm just passed. See, that updraft is now flat, kind of, and it's kind of tilted. It's just rapidly weakening here. Left or right? I am gonna go right, I think. As long as this road's good. And there goes Ryan. Alright, this road doesn't look too bad. See anywhere to pull off though. Turn around and show you guys the view. I need to get a picture for today. Normally there's like a pullout like right here, but maybe there is. Kind of. Let's see if we'll go down a little further. Get on top of this hill and then back west and get some shots. There's one right there, but it looks a little muddy. Whatever, we'll try it. We can get back out. That's our view right now. Eerily similar to a storm chase I had in 2022. It was just a little dry. There we go. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some shots. camera here to the front seat. You know, not bad, but I was hoping for a little more. Hey guys, back west, it looks like we do have one single tower that's really trying to explode here. But watching the death of a, oh, my trunk open, watching the death of a weak source. Take these back road west, and I'll show you guys what that tower is looking like way back west where we just came from. Look at that. Little mud's no problem. It's not even really that muddy, honestly. I was expecting way worse. Hey, this is paved. Okay, I don't know if you'll even be able to see it because of how far it is in the distance, but there's a little tower right there. You can kind of see it just behind that truck, right there. There's a tower right there. That's the only one that I can really see. That's really what we have to go after at this point. Please let me set this up how I want to set it up. Go. Yeah, so maybe we get something off of that, maybe we don't, but honestly, worst case scenario, we just have an early trip up to the target for tomorrow, which means we can sleep in and rest. Not bad, but I really feel like the severe threat's a tad bit higher than what's happened so far today. Yeah, but there's a very explosive tower that's just blowing up there. Might be getting some upper level support here. Or maybe it's just the boundaries are actually colliding pretty hard at this point. That's possible too. Yeah, that's what it looks like. It looks like the boundary's just a little sharper now. I guess this road doesn't let us go all the way back, so we got to get back on the highway, on the US Highway 54. It's a pretty church there. What was going on with that sign? I gotta go back and read that. Was not age appropriate. Yeah, you know what? That's probably going to be our best opportunity to get a severe storm. see a little better now for sure. Our last attempt for the moment. Yeah, we're chasing towers now. That's how you know it's getting rough. Yeah, that storm went too far east and just evaporated. Storm hasn't even shown up on our radar just yet. Maybe a little bit. I think it's up by Bloom, Kansas, south of Dodge City. Probably going to be our last hope here. The last cope. Have the main severe threat just happening even an hour later. So, as it fires, the models have been firing storms a little later, so this stuff might just be some stuff designed to throw us off. It's actually rolled down the hill. But looking at satellite, I don't know if that's even true. Maybe something goes up by Perryton, Guyman, Oklahoma. And it definitely looks like we got some towers trying to go up near Dodge City. So they are kind of right on the boundary still, but temps are starting to come back down. And kind of the cold air drop from that previous storm, so it's kind of a question. Happens with that. They should be elevated though, so maybe not the biggest deal. What the temperatures are like following that storm, but there's no measurement there. Yeah, that thing looks really fluffy. Not the best. So we'll just probably wait and see what happens. closer to this boundary here, which is going to be what initiates everything. But then still got some time. Storm by Bloom, or the tower near Bloom. Can't really call it a storm just yet. It's kind of misleading. Yeah, that's what that is. I mean, the air is, even looking at sat or on radar, I'll show the playback. I'm not sure if this will show up super well, but what I'm going to do is zoom out and show you guys how quickly this air is moving right now. So we'll zoom out, maybe 2, and then we'll play. I'm not sure exactly like what's what on this yet, so we'll, yeah, it might just be that the radar is not, showing a, what's it called? That was too far out to zoom. Zoom in 1. Zoom in 1. So you can see they removed the special weather statement from that storm. You can see all that air in the low levels just moving north very quickly. Zoom in a little more. See that stuff off to the left side near the Dodge City radar. Those are that's the boundary, is those blue colors, those lines over there. So you can see it's pushing off to the north pretty quickly. Yeah, even on the zoomed in satellite, you can see all that stuff just, you can see our storm just evaporate. Back out a little bit. Yeah, this radar app that I wrote, well, this radar tool app, I guess, because I'm using WeatherWise, but very, very useful. Watch our storm collapse in a Sorry about the spammer. I got rid of him. Man, he was really going for a while. I need to get some mods. Got this tower that's kind of trying, looking a little soft. We'll probably stream until about dark. And if there's no storm by about 8 o'clock, we'll just call it and start heading northeast for tomorrow. Likes to beep at me. It beeps to tell me how long the car's been on, if I'm getting close to a lane or not. It'll beep at me when the car can't see because of the sunlight, which is what happened there. Yeah, I'll get like random notifications on my car, like your car can't see. going to be a little bit of a long shot to get anything. Tower is really struggling. Look at it. It's so sad. Today's stream is definitely much better. We're not losing connection really. So, guys, said let me know if there's anything you want me to see or add or do in my streams that I can, maybe work for to make it a better watching experience. I'd love to be able to pan around the radar, but I don't really have a good system for that yet. So. Considered doing like a face cam as like a third thing that I can switch on and off of, like a reaction cam, I guess. So that way I don't have to flip my camera back and forth. This poor guy's struggling. This poor storm. Not even a storm. This poor updraft. Back into Greensburg now. I think we'll sit, might just sit in Greensburg and look around here. Boundary is trying to initiate some more stuff, it's just not having much luck. Several little, they're barely updrafts at this point. They're trying to come off of the boundary, but by the time they get 10, 15 miles off of it, they pretty much die. previous day or something. I don't know. Like, I'm like, oh, this reminds me of this storm that I saw this many years ago on this day. I can like quickly pull up a picture and blast it on stream. That could be cool. Trekking west and just hope that we can get a gritty storm. Looking grim every satellite update. Looking a little bit like so let's get to it. Maybe there's a tower way down south there. I can't quite tell. Because the models have had some stuff forming out of northwest Oklahoma into the Oklahoma Panhandle and Texas Panhandle. Possible that one of those tries it. Let's give this a quick look here. Stop on the west side of Greensburg. Tower that looked pretty interesting is already pretty much collapsed. So. You know, it doesn't actually look too horrible. Like, we still got clouds there. Further down south, it looks a little bit more like it's getting desperate. Still, though, there's a good signal near like Turpin, Guyman for maybe something, maybe. Just need enough lift. Really need gas, so we're not going to stop and top that off. The Big Well Museum, you can see that brown sign right there. It's a great museum in Greensburg, Kansas. The amount of times I've got Subway in Greensburg, probably 30 times at this point. Maybe 25. 25 sounds more realistic. Just wanted to get to where the sun is not destroying my eyes here. Yeah, there's some weak attempts and back in here, but these storms are making it a little tough to tell. The boundary retreating like that. Bit of a triple point has set up near Montezuma, because like the boundary's pushing east south of Montezuma, or southeast of Montezuma, and then west and over Montezuma. That boundary is moving north, so it's kind of like pushing in from the east and then curling up. We could get something off of that. If we had better thermodynamics, that would be a prime landspout target. Or a nice landspout tornado, but I don't think thermodynamics is really right there today. I'm not sure you can see it on my thing here, but we'll go ahead and look at it. Okay, if I zoom out, you might be able to see it. Zoom out one time, and then we'll play. That boundary moving northwest there. Try and maybe we zoom out one more time. See that really sharp boundary, that blue-green line on the northwest, or on the top left side of the radar. That's anyway, if we zoom out a little more, it's a little tough to see unless you have a large screen, but you can see it moving very clearly for these southern tier counties of Kansas. And there's kind of another boundary off to the west that's moving east. Area. So, but that's what the radar is looking like right now, pretty empty. Completely burning my eyes anymore, so I guess that's a positive. But see, these boundaries here are normally a focus for storms, but we just don't have quite the right combination of ingredients today. Just a little too dry out. I feel like you might get something to form north of Meade, east of Montezuma, southwest of Ensign. if you like today's stream, be sure to like and subscribe. It really does help me out. I'm trying to chase every single storm chase I do this year. I didn't do that last year because of some equipment failure, but this year we've got a much better setup, a much more stable setup. So try and bring as much weather coverage as we can, particularly severe weather. Maybe I'll do a hurricane this year, maybe I won't, but be out chasing as many severe weather setups as possible. Down to Mineola. Maybe we just go down to Buckland again where we started. Maybe we just go down to where we started. Site, 5 miles. Why not? We'll head down there while we wait for storms. If any other can form. Yeah, 5 miles is probably too far of a detour, honestly. Maybe we'll pop a Yui here and then keep going. But very pretty scenes here in Kansas. Love the grain elevators. Okay. What lane is this guy in? Oh, it's one lane, isn't it? Oh, it's not, it's two. Good start. Yeah, fantastic. It almost took us on way too long of a detour. take a look at how far away the Omaha area is. It's going to be like 6 or 7 hours at most. Yeah, 6.5 hours. Definitely not bad. If we start tonight, we can make it most of the way there. Wake up, do the forecast discussion for the members. We're going to do an official launch announcement tomorrow morning as well. But tomorrow definitely looks like a really nice structure hail day. Maybe a tornado. Maybe not, but I mean, I need some structure. I've not seen good structure this year. My last great structure storm was in August, so it's been a bit. 5,000 locations published. That's crazy. I can tell it's cooling off outside because temperatures here in the car are getting pretty cold. Yeah, there's a storm here, Beaver, Oklahoma area, Hooker, Oklahoma area, I should say. Moving towards us, kind of along the boundary. I think one of the models fired that storm. I think it was the HRRR had that storm coming through. I think it's a little further west than the models predicted it being, though. And then I know the models fired a storm in the Dodge City vicinity right around sunset. So maybe we'll sit here and see what happens. And if no storms by probably about 8 o'clock, we will continue up to Nebraska, call the stream. That's our game plan. Maybe just halfway in between. Let's find a little dirt road just outside of town and just watch these skies. I mean, it looks stormy, but radars, it's just showers. Radar is basically completely clear, minus some showers forming on that little triple point that's set up. Right over some wind turbines. I think Mineola is a fine place to stop. How far away is that? Like 20 minutes? Yeah. blast out of Oklahoma, it would not be bad, but who knows what'll happen. It's got some echo tops on it though. But it's kind of in a radar hole, so sitting in between the Amarillo and Dodge City radars. Those thin lines. There's one that's like almost north-south with a little bend in the middle, and there's another one that's like southwest to northeast. Start to see that storm in the southwestern corner of the radar coming up from Oklahoma. But like the skies look really menacing and dark over here, but it's just rain. There's nothing in front of us really. Maybe something tries to consolidate up here near Montezuma, but that's really the only shot we got. Storm's going to head down and go near the Inglewood area, so if we get to Mineola, we can get on that pretty quickly too. So, just a matter of what survives and what forms. Don't really have a hard set target anymore. But I'll play the radar so you can actually see what's happening here with these boundaries. Targeting that Oklahoma storm, if it makes it. You see that boundary? There's two of them. There's that one to our west, and there's that one northwest of us. Picture a little more. Car just tried to drag me out of my lane. Wish that I had like an in-between zoom, but that's all I got. I got like just a little too tight and then way too far out, so just go back to what we had. That Oklahoma storm might just be the only one. No, it looks like something is maybe trying to develop to our north, right on this little boundary. It's tough to tell because there's also some wind turbines there that are reflecting on radar. definitely something forming there in the inside area. This might be the storm that was being modeled. It makes sense. Reflectivity, there's something going up on a zoom, and then there's that turpin storm. Nope, that's just where the boundaries are kind of interacting with each other. There should be a low pressure that forms off of this. Move northeast for tomorrow. There may be a weak little supercell down in Turpin, Oklahoma, but it doesn't look all that impressive at the moment. It seems like that too is weakening. We were on a supercell a little earlier, but it didn't hang on for very long. Pause the playback on it. Did the playback not pause? So we'll see if we can get something off this, and then if not, we will call it go northeast. We've had a couple attempts already, like probably 12 attempts at small showers and some, even one supercell and a couple other weak little updrafts. But you can actually see off to the left there, that's that Turpin, Oklahoma storm. It's looking pretty interesting from here, but on radar it looked a little sad, so it's moving in our general direction, so we can still catch that too. But I don't want to commit down there just yet, because I think there may be something trying to form up here. They put a storm track on it. It's literally heading straight towards us. It'll be close to us by 8 o'clock, so I mean, I guess we could head down. But I'm just wondering what goes up by Dodge City, because there is something trying there. But other than that, it's just a lot of rain showers up here, so maybe we just go down there anyway, because it looks really sharp from
on the back. So maybe that's what we'll do. We'll just keep going southwest. Doesn't look most impressive, but it's an updraft, I guess. But there is a tower by me to zoom into, so it's really tiny, but it's there. Yeah, I can see that Oklahoma storm way off in the distance there. It's got a ways before makes it up here. It'll be here in about an hour though. And it looks like the updraft has really exploded again. But I can't tell, like, this stuff all up here looks pretty meh. So I'm just gonna commit to keep going southwest. And if the Dodge City area fires something, we can try to catch it again. Set a course for Forgan, Oklahoma. It's got to be an hour away, so should meet the storm halfway in the middle. also keeps us slightly more flexible in case that stuff north goes up. I want to see a Echo Top update because we got our last update 10 minutes ago, so it should be now. Big updraft pulse on it. Definitely looks a little sorry though. Not like consolidated. That's the question. North or south? North or south? Here we go south at this point. The storm's initiating some pretty tall visible updrafts, and then up north it's just a little rainy. Time lapse or something. What time was the sunset here for Forgan, Oklahoma? Sunset. Sunsets. What time? No way, it's 8:12 p.m. Are you kidding? Okay, so we have a long time till sunset then. I was thinking it's sunset at like 7:40. No, we got loads of time then. Get on this right at sunset. Just not sure this is the right call, but never really are with chasing. North really looks like it's maturing, we can go grab it. Within reason. We get about 10 miles down the road here, that might become no longer feasible, but don't know what it is. It's just yeah, I mean, it's so close to the radar that Echo Tops won't update. There are definitely some showers pushing off boundary right now. Continue south regardless. I like how the storm producing the most lightning is like post frontal near Johnson, Kansas. This one might be a left mover too, actually, looking how the radar looks. We can get far enough south to see towers from the stuff back up north. I think this is left moving. seems like it is a left mover, so it's going to come closer to us than you might think. Just need a nice sunset photo up here. That'll probably be it for today. we should meet it close to Englewood. Yeah, it's weakening too, it looks like. At least we'll be in front of this one, though. be pretty soon, but the updraft definitely weakening. Definitely a weakening storm. Some thunder out by Dodge City. Can't get tops on those because they're too close. Storm. It's weakening pretty fast here. probably about time to we'll watch this storm as it moves towards us. We'll go east here at Inglewood, and then we will head up towards the Omaha area for tomorrow. Definitely not a horrible day, but I was expecting a tad more. Updraft. I have to clean off the windshield again. The windshield already got dirty. A road like right here that takes us east, but oh, is that it right there? And then oh, we need to zoom out first, perhaps. That updraft is once again. Okay. Take a look at this guy. That's probably going to be all she wrote for today. Watch this guy and then get ready for tomorrow. I'm really excited about tomorrow. So we got a decaying storm here. Northern Oklahoma moving into southern Kansas. Stop and get some shots. Oh, it's nice out. Yep. Very tiny updraft. All that's left on it. Looks very similar to that other one we saw earlier. We're just looking at it from a different angle. How small that updraft is on the right side there. Death of our storm. Some other towers trying to go up to the north by Dodge City, but I don't think those are really going to do anything. They look actually somewhat interesting now. You know what? This guy's dead, so what we're going to do is we're going to go back up north. And since it's kind of on the way, we'll just keep the stream on. But what a dying storm looks like here. A high base day with very minimal stuff. I don't think Salina, Kansas is expecting anything. Free venture. I think we're going to keep going. There's some storms trying to go up in Dodge City. I mean, who knows, really? Tornado forming in Plains, Kansas. I think it's just going to be all high-base storms. I don't think there's much of a tornado threat today, but the Dodge City stuff could get interesting. There's a lot of updrafts that just fired, so I say why not? Even though we just came from there, we should have waited, but There's our storm that's died away. So now we'll go back the way we came. Fall a little bit behind these things, but they're not going to be too photogenic because there's a big cloud deck in the way, and I can see these towers from here and they look really fluffy, so we'll actually have a view of these as we go head north here. So I'm just going to set my map to go towards Omaha. That puts us about 7 hours away now. Probably end up sleeping in the Salina area tonight, and then a couple hour drive, maybe we can make it up into Nebraska and sleep there, but who knows how tired I'm gonna be. So those are those storms that are now firing northeast of Dodge City. Poor little storm died very quickly, but that had to be what the models were showing coming out of Oklahoma, so. be tough to hit after the Nebraska stuff, but definitely doable. Like, assume we somehow end that Nebraska chase in Omaha. What is that, like Lansing area, I would assume? Maybe a little further north than Lansing. Yeah, like a county further north than Lansing, maybe 2 counties. Just say Mount Pleasant. Michigan. It's got to be like, what, 10 hours? Yeah, 11. Yeah, that's possible to reach. I mean, the chase is probably going to end like an hour or 2 in Iowa, so it's probably going to be closer to 9 hours. We will see, though. Dodge City stuff, because this Dodge City stuff's looking pretty interesting now. We're gonna get there. And we'll be a little late, but it's looking pretty interesting now. We're 30 miles off of it, so, but we got a straight road, so. Attempting to go up near Pratt, Kansas. jumping up now. Still pretty soft. Definitely not the strongest storms ever, but. Supercell by Ford right now. Seem to be moving somewhat quickly. Yeah, moving northeast at 40. These are going to be a pain to catch. A couple towers firing back west though. See if we can get on these. I think we do need to go through Dodge City though if we're going to do that. To keep with the northeasterly motions of these. Basically able to see the base of these storms from, it looks like here, and they're 30 miles away. A bit of a pain to catch up to these, but got a lightning bolt right there. cloud debris is going to lead to everything being not photogenic. Underneath this stuff right now. Doesn't seem like it's going to be super photogenic. Alrighty. Keep moving here. Get around these guys. Definitely seeing some lightning off in the distance now. But these storms are rapidly outrunning me, so I don't think I'm going to be able to catch these. Not if people on the road go 40. There is another updraft initiating right in front of us, though, so. Got one. driving in Kansas can be a little slow. Semis don't go too fast here. It's like the opposite of Colorado. I can't lie, I hate the way semis drive in Colorado. The amount of times that I've had a semi in the oncoming or pass somebody and be on a collision course with me, and I've had to get on the shoulder in Colorado is way too high. It's probably happened like 4 or 5 times. We do have this little guy trying to go up in front of us here. If I could get my mount to work correctly, this would be a very interesting shot. For whatever reason, it doesn't want to behave. Yeah, so we've got a little storm in front of us. You can see it's the whole thing right there, the entire storm, top to bottom. So I'll just zoom out and show the whole thing. Why not? Yeah, I really need to get a new mount. This one is just, for whatever reason, it does not want to hold everything level. I need like a mount with like an auto leveling system or something. Maybe I'll build one. Storms blowing up, nothing severe warned just yet. Actually not a bad looking, like a little mini updraft here. It's got a little bit of texture to it. We'll refocus everything so it's a little bit more visible. There we go. Yeah, like a little tiny thin little updraft there. Maybe even like a mini supercell. Is that an RFD hook, or it looks like it might just be? No, that looks like it. Like the miniest of supercells. Wonder if that stuff will end up getting severe warned. Man, how about our Wi-Fi? Like our connection's been really good this whole time. Yeah, there's a pretty obvious supercell east of Dodge City right now, moving east towards Kinsley, Lewis, Garfield. There's a special weather statement out for that right now, but it's severe warned. If we'll get just one severe warned storm today. Well, definitely an interesting little updraft right in front of us here.
The not level horizon is upsetting me. I wish there was some way where I could like lock the thing on this, but I can't. So like it's that or that. Okay, that's not horrible, but I'd like to show the ground frame too. It's definitely much sharper at one. Yeah. Nice little updraft right there. You can see the rain just kind of like back behind it right there, and then lightning off. And then you've got a weak little storm there. Tiny little storm. Definitely trying to evolve into a supercell as well, though. It might already be, it just might be super weak. But we'll go up and around. I think that is just a weak supercell. There's like a little RFD back there. Maybe not. Like, I feel like it goes all the way through, but I can't quite tell. Getting some good lightning now. As the sun's starting to set. Actually, I believe the sun set like 6 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, somewhere in there. So lightning should start to be showing up pretty good now. Look at how high base that thing is, though. Got some striations on it. Little tiny updraft. We're just gonna like go really wide on this. Whew, I'm hungry, guys. I can't lie. There. A couple other updrafts going up. Updrafts here. We've got one to the right, we've got another one to the left. We'll punch through the rain and try and get in front of them again. Okay. Yeah, I thought we were gonna end it out there, but we've got some interesting storms trying to go up here. Definitely not everything you'd want to chase, but definitely some interesting storms here. I'm going to turn off Storm Chaser. Just make sure that this is working here in a minute. And then we've got this other one that's starting to form over here. Yeah, right where that lightning was.
Dodge City, and then we'll turn and head northeast. Probably stop. We could stop in Salina. We could stop in. I don't remember if Concordia, Kansas has a hotel. York's probably going to be too far. So if Concordia's got one, it's maybe perfect. Or Belleville. Big line, big mess. Storms going from like Dodge City up to Kinsley. Kansas, pretty long, about 2 counties wide. Salina, Kansas, and maybe sleep there. Maybe we'll go further north. Concordia, Kansas has the hotels I like, and I'll stay there. I'm trying to get up to Omaha, and then the next day after Omaha, it might be Michigan, which would be a pain to hit, but it's doable. Have a Holiday Inn in Concordia, Kansas. We gotta book it now. There's only a few left. Never really stayed there because I used to live in Nebraska, so it was like kind of pointless for me to book a hotel there. It was like an hour away from home. 3 hours away, puts us in at around midnight. We'll go ahead and book. One king bed. I don't need a wet bar. Why is the standard room more expensive than the king room with the wet bar? What is this place? That makes very little sense to me. So if you guys are looking for a $160 hotel room in Concordia, Kansas, the wet bar rooms are cheaper than the standards. For the Holiday Inn Express or Holiday Inn, one of those. Something along those lines. I don't know why. Maybe it's my member rate? I don't know. Yeah, that's literally all that they've got. I mean, I guess. Maybe nobody stays in them because they have to require ID for those, but legitimately I would rather have a standard room because I don't drink, so. I'm just confused. I guess we'll just rock with it. It's like $5 cheaper to get it. Somebody, so I'll be right back. Just got off work and finally got home and everything, so I wanted to call her because it's her birthday. So she'll probably call me back because I'm at the voicemail. So yeah, I really need new wiper blades. Man, I am starving. I cannot lie. Oh, I had one burrito from Qdoba and a Hot Pocket. Now that's all I've had. Past 24 hours. I probably need to eat something. But I like to fast on the chase because it makes me more alert. Oh, I do get tired at the end of the road a little easier. Yeah, these storms are just racing away here. We'll keep going through here because I know that there's more options down the road. I would love to find a Brahms that's still open. And there's like a Sonic way up. Maybe I run into this Love's here and get a quick snack. That's what we might do here. I need to eat something bad. There is a Wendy's just up here too, though. Do we want to take the bet that a Wendy's in Dodge City is not going to be busy? I don't like Chester's chicken. Yeah, I think we'll do Wendy's. I'm in the mood for something warm. I haven't eaten much. Don't really need to be eating some junk food from the gas station. I mean, I guess Wendy's isn't too much better, but... And it's on the way anyway, it just adds a minute. Well, technically, it'll add more than that though once we, because we have to actually order and everything. Got some nice storms off to our east. We'll watch those on our drive. Hopefully it's a drive-through. I don't want to go through the rain. I've stopped at this Flying J a number of times. Alright, we'll go... Is my road turn only? I don't think so. I don't know where I'm supposed to stop here, so we'll just do this. Need to get through. Do I see a drive-through on that Wendy's? I don't think I do. Maybe there is. Come on, guys. Give us a green. I guess it is left turn. That's fine. Yeah, it looks like they've got one. They don't look open for whatever reason, though. Only 8:30, they gotta be open. Fast food in America closing before 9. That's a crime somewhere. Following is our recipe. Yeah, it's a really weird thing. That's why I couldn't see the little guy here. There we go. Sorry guys, I'm hungry. You get to hear my Wendy's order though, so that's like a win, I guess. Can I get a number 3, please?
Would you like that classic or spicy?
Classic, please.
Okay, anything else for you?
Oh,
sorry, what's your new killer sauce?
No sauce, and then can I just get a water with that?
No sauce. And would you like that ice or bottle?
Ice, please.
Alright, anything else for you today?
Nope, that's all.
Okay, something I have to order. Thank you.
Thank you. Alright, it's starting to rain now, guys. Yeah, this is a weird little drive-thru. I've never seen it done like this before. Can I fit there? I think I can. Maybe not. Sorry guys, I don't know why, I just disconnected.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good night, thank you.
Thank you, you too. Okay. Alright. I think I'll just leave the stream on while we drive through the rain. I mean, the chasing's pretty much dried up here, but we got some nice storms. Good rain, good lightning. And they're just moving so quick, there's no way I'm going to catch up. I got a really complicated Wendy's order. I got a green arrow, so I'm good, right? Yeah. See the lines on this road. Wendy's, and then I'll open chat here up in a minute. All right, chat, how are we doing? See a tornado today, Green Cube. I don't know what you mean. Plains, Kansas. Yeah, there's some nice supercells trying to form here, though. I'm not really sure when the highlight day of this next thing is going to be, because I knew it wasn't going to be today. But is the highlight of this wave going to be tomorrow? It could be Friday. I'm not really sure. Turning towards Jetmore and Kinsley. I can't lie, Wendy's nuggets are superior to McDonald's. It's just the truth. Just the truth. Big bolt right in front of us there.
hail core on that storm to our east. Don't know why it's not capturing the lightning very well, but starting up behind us too a little. Nothing like over here. Storm following us, I'd stop and try and do lightning, but there's a little mini storm like right there. Oh, there we go, severe thunderstorm warning for that cell that we're looking at right now, that lightning producer. What is it warned for? 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail. Low and severe thunderstorm risk, still a severe thunderstorm. Moving pretty quickly, northeast at 30 miles per hour. Got a really flat base on it. I mean, it is elevated, so. First Kansas supercells of the year. We chasing Kansas earlier, but that was more of a messy lightning day than anything else. supercell right now. An elevated high base supercell. Those don't mean the same thing, even though they sound similar. Elevated means it's drawing its air in from above the surface, which means they can't produce tornadoes. And high base just simply means the bottom of the storm is high up off the ground. So it kind of meets both of those criteria. And usually the prettiest storms are surface-based storms that become elevated storms, or just pure surface-based storms. Sometimes you can get some interesting stuff with elevated, though from my experience, it's not quite as common. More likely to have a lame elevated storm than you are to have a breathtaking one. But I think we're gonna get some good stuff here. Can I pull over here? All right, yeah, we'll go with this shot, I think. All right, we're gonna get the cameras ready for lightning. It's been a while since I've done lightning, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna get everything set up here. Elevated supercell here. Try and get some phone shots. I haven't really tried this with my phone yet, but definitely not the worst look ever. We're starting to get bolts really close to us, so I'm getting back in the car because we're getting some stuff to the south now. You can see that screen, that little rectangle, there's my camera going off, but we're getting a ton of bolts. I should probably go make sure that they're turning out okay. That's what we'll do. Guys, we're getting some great bolts. Getting some great bolts. Normally when I shoot lightning, I need a lot of tweaking, but I just set it up perfectly that time. Dude, there's a bunch of bolts coming in from behind us now. Dude, my stomach is growling. I'm still hungry after my Wendy's. Oh, that was such a good bolt. Getting some great bolts here, guys. I'm so excited. Got a little weak supercell here, but this is what we came for, a lightning chase. We're finally getting it. Finally. Yeah, there is a storm coming in from the southwest, so in like a minute here we're gonna have to get out and box everything up. Actually, it's starting to rain now. We'll get that started before. Oh yeah, I can hear the rain coming in. Alright, that was a perfect time to get that done. Keep going. We'll keep moving northeast. Kind of following along this this line here. This is a severe supercell that we were looking at. Got some lightning shots of it in the base. See if I can, before we get moving here, I'll see if I can put the camera off and show some of them. All right, here you guys go. I'm gonna take you off the mount and show you one of the shots that we got. Exposure compensation's too high. Got that. Again, still too high. So we got some great lightning tonight. We're gonna keep trying to see if we can get some more good angles here, but for now we're gonna get out of the way of this other storm that's moving in, because we can't really do lightning from in the rain. I don't remember. Ooh, that might be our hail coming in. Maybe a little bit of hail. Alright, we're gonna download one of these photos to post, actually. Once my camera decides it's gonna cooperate. I'm gonna do that when I'm driving, of course. Here's that storm. Maybe we should try and work on getting off this road before it rains too much. The image is downloading, so once that goes in, I'll get on social media, and then post it. I don't know what that was. Alright, here we go. Items copied. Alright, well, this road's paved because I forgot, so just pull off a little bit right here. Sorry about that. I'm not sure why the stream stopped. Oh, that was a bolt just to our left. All right, here we go. Let's get on this highway. Trek northeast.
really quick. We're going to diverge off these here shortly, and when we do that, I'm going to call the stream because I got to make it up to northern Kansas tonight to make it to Lincoln, or excuse me, Omaha, Nebraska tomorrow. This is Kinsley, Kansas that we're in right now. Nope, not Kinsley. What town is this? Every once in a while we get a little bit of small hail. I don't know where we're at right now. I don't know what town this is. Spearville shows up, Kinsley shows up in a town that we are in right now. It's not. Offeral? Maybe, potentially. cluster here: Montezuma, Dodge City, Spearville, Kinsley, Kansas, Greensburg, Kansas, north of Greensburg, south of Maxwell, Kansas, into St. John's, Stafford, Kansas. There's one severe thunderstorm warning tucked in there. Otherwise, we got a load of special weather statements. Special weather statements. So tomorrow morning I'll do a members only discussion for the forecast. I'll drop that video at some point during the day. Hopefully before I leave the hotel. Should get it done then. Unless I wake up late or something. But that'll be coming tomorrow. We're roughly going to be targeting the
eastern Nebraska, western Iowa area. And then the following day, Friday, looks like it could be interesting over several states. So we've got to find a maximum, of activity somewhere along that big boundary that's going to be like from Texas into Michigan. So we have to find somewhere in there to chase. I think the best tornado ingredients at face value were up in Michigan, but I'll have to check on that. So we'll see where we end up. Omaha to Michigan in one night will surely be a trek, so probably not going to be able to sleep quite as much as I would like to, but we should be okay there. So just trying not to chase Dixie unless it's the absolute best area and there's no questioning it. So I'm gonna try and work through all that tonight, see where we're going over the next couple days. This first few days in this pattern seem to be more just like rainy days, with low and severe, except for tomorrow. Tomorrow looks like we'll get a really nice, strong supercell, big hail, and it's going to be pretty photogenic. But other than that, it's a little bit nebulous as to what's going to happen. I could see a scenario where there's no tornadoes, and I could see a scenario where, we get a couple of tornadoes that'll like a localized little outbreak somewhere, but it doesn't look particularly high end. So we'll have to keep that in mind. But as we head into late April, starting around the 23rd, I think that's when I get really, really excited about things. It's still really far out, so the models are liable to be completely wrong, but it definitely looks interesting out there. So that's what we're basically going to be planning on. I don't know how long I'm going to be out. I'm going to be chasing as many days as I can. There's what, like 5 days in a row here. I'll be on all 5 of those days unless, barring something major, or one of the days just looks like completely horrible. And then it looks like maybe like 1 or 2 down days, and then back at it again. So kind of the overall pattern for what we're looking at here. Definitely think end of April is the key time for chasing this year. I'm not super sold on a super active season this year, so I would definitely take, I missed my turn. I would definitely take any opportunity out in the plains that I can get as early as I can before everything kind of shuts down. But I'm hoping that Colorado's pretty active this year, and I can get some good, excuse me, hoping I can get some good local Colorado days in June, July, and August. Love those land spout days out there. So we're just gonna chase everything. We're not gonna ride it off like last year just because it's in Dixie. We'll go to Dixie, we don't care. It may not be our favorite, but we'll be there. Ready for these slow storms, man. I'm ready for 20-mile-per-hour storms, stationary storms. I'm tired of this stuff moving at 40, moving at 60. Oh, that was a huge bull right in front of us. All right, 500 feet. So I'm turning on Niles on 183, which is this road. Correct? Turning north here at Kinsley. This is where we kind of break from these storms, so I'm going to find a gas station up this road and we will call this a day. Kind of underperformed early. I thought we weren't going to get any more storms, but we were on 3 supercells for today, which isn't really bad for such a marginal day. Got some great lightning on that last storm. We chased more left-moving supercells than we did right-moving, which never usually happens. Normally you're like, you chase a left mover on accident and then you realize it's a left mover and then you chase 3 right movers, but not today. We knew there were left movers and we still chased them because it was all that there was at the time. But we've gone all over southwest Kansas today, and then we're going to cross through the center of the state into northern Kansas and then head into Nebraska for a pretty interesting setup tomorrow. I'm really excited about tomorrow. I need a good structure day. Actually, we'll just go straight here and then go turn right here. Yeah, I really need a good structure day, so I'm pretty excited. But we're gonna just pull in here and call the stream up, I think. So I don't see any lines anywhere, so we're doing our best guess. So park here and we'll flip the camera. Alright, 1 second. I gotta make sure that I've got everything ready because I always do this incorrectly and then the stream will accidentally run for like another 5 hours and everyone thinks I got in a car accident or something. It never happens. It's just my mistake every time. So we'll flip this around. I can remember how to do that. So I appreciate you guys joining me. We had a pretty great day today. We saw some good supercells, some great lightning, especially after dark. You know, that was probably the strongest supercell of the day. It was severe warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. We didn't really run into any of that stuff because we were on the back side, but it was a great day. So kind of a warm-up really for me, the equipment test, you know, trying to make sure that our satellite Wi-Fi works, signal booster works, my new radar app works, and then my custom radar code to kind of move everything around works. So we'll be back again live tomorrow, probably late, probably about 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock Central Daylight Time in eastern Nebraska, western Iowa, even depending on how far north everything goes. Potentially southern Minnesota, but I don't think so. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Please like and subscribe. It really helps me out. I'm really trying to build this year, trying to chase everything, stream everything, you know, be out there as much as I can, and you know, really help